Hi. Let me turn off the music. Hi, y'all. Hi. I haven't opened the game yet, so we're gonna do a little experimentation to make sure that it opens up correctly. Let me oh Lord, where is it? Uh what? There it is. So once I have it set, oh my God, it's full screen. Uh let me see, window capture. Oh, y'all don't want to see that. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Uh, English, confirm. Yes, I have. Let me fix this. Hold on. That's fine. Uh, Let me set this and then we'll get it all. I'll let y'all see it. Okay, hold on. Let me get this set up. Settings, video. I don't want full screen. I want windowed. Okay, I'll make it smaller. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I'm still trying to get it. No, it reset the resolution. Keep. Can make it a little larger actually. Uh, no, let me do one more. There we go. Okay, no, that's too big now. My gosh. There we go. Okay. All right, let me get this all set up then. No, it's still not showing the Stanley Parable. That's weird. Maybe let's do this one. What? No. Why'd it go back to being big? I should have set this up earlier. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, no, I made it too small. I'm trying, y'all. Uh, that looks almost okay. No, I think I did one more. No. Okay. Okay. There we go. Let me edit it for y'all now. I was dumb as hell that did that. Okay, make that a little bigger. Actually, I might be able to. If I do it like that, I might be able to fill it in the screen a bit better. Nope, it was better the other way. It was better this way. Okay, I'll just. It's not a moth stream without scuff right at the start. Okay, okay. Keep resolution. All right. Audio, we're good there. We're good here. My mic picking me up. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay. Uh, yeah, we're good. Okay. All right, we're gonna begin the game. Are y'all ready? I'm feeling all weird today. I don't know why. Just am. Okay. Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Oh, dang it.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. We're having some issues here. Hold on. Okay, we should be okay now. Oh God, I forgot it does this. Um, Let me move this over a bit so I can see better. Um, I hate how it locks the camera like this. I remember this before and I did not like it. All right. Nothing on the phone. Ooh, what's that? Okay. Ooh, we're gonna
All
look
of his
around,
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I know that's a light, but it looks like a TV. I'm gonna touch everything.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
God, imagine this. You're like just kind of chilling here, and everyone gets a computer, but you just get a pencil sharpener. That it doesn't even work. Oops. Oh well. What does that say? Oh, I don't know. Ooh, papers everywhere. I wanna go in there. Let me in. Let me in! Oh, what's that? Can I I can't get closer. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Actually, let me see. I'm gonna reduce Reduce motion. See if that helps. It's making me just slightly dizzy. Ooh, spooky.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
God, which way is my left again? Hold on. Which way is left? Uh, uh. Okay, we're gonna follow what he says this time. Oh, wait. What if I want to go back? Too late. I'll try every door.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out. Oh, using sly scissor. Yep. 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 Everyone is unique. You most of all. Yeah, y'all are unique. Very unique. Okay.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Oh, okay. I guess.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Now we're gonna go down here where it's scary. Red means scary, you know.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So
Yeah.
he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ooh. Oh no.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it
Can I
too
go?
appeared.
Oh, no.
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I
Famous
am
last words.
okay.
I'm still here.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
Ah!
And everything went black.
Boop.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She ran. She left us. Dang. All right. I guess we'll go upstairs now and do the
All
thing.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna speed through it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where's room 413?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
All right, let's go. I guess we're gonna go in the broom closet though.
No, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay, I'm gonna sit in here then. So I'm almost done with the drawing I'm doing, which is my model in my suit that I'm wearing for this wedding. It actually looks really cool. For the 100 follower stream that I'm doing not this Friday but next Friday, I'm thinking of making it as the PNG for it, but it's going to be kind of weird because the way the face is turned, but I think it'll be fun. All right, let's leave. I guess we'll go
Coming
upstairs.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
in the bathroom, though. It's the executive bathroom with the nice soap. Oh, to be rich is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Okay. Extreme bathrooms. Okay. No, the panda. Business strategy. Just touch everything. What if we're gonna go up? We're gonna go down. So how y'all doing? Oh, I should tell some people I'm playing this. Do, 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 do. I just realized there's music playing. That's funny. I mean, not the music, but there's like vocals in it. Why are these glowing? You see that? It's kind of weird. Uh, Nothing changed. Alright, actually, I want to go behind the desk. Dang. Alright.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, but I wanted to play music. But okay, I guess we'll go this way. I know there's nothing here, but I like to go back here. All right, let's keep going, I guess. I guess. Can I go up? No. I have to go down.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Unless I had to go up.
Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oh, I can't hit it again. Okay.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Anything I can do? Why does he have 2 globes? Okay, I guess we'll go back. It won't let us out. Oh, now let's go down.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I'm smart. That's how. What if I...
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with
Thank
what
you
might
for
be
the
up
follow.
there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what
I
if it's the boss's
appreciate
office this
you.
time? The suspense is killing me.
We're fucking with the narrator. Going up and down the elevator. Has anything changed?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh. Hello. Hi. I've seen you in Bubba's server. Hello. We're playing Stanley
Okay,
Fair.
I'm
Oh,
ready.
okay.
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
No. He's mad. I'm making him. I'm not doing what he wants. I'm being silly. Just a silly goose.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright, I guess we'll go back down. And then we're gonna come back up. Because it's funny.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
And back up we go. Oh, is he not gonna say anything this time?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Okay.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like
Very.
nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're
He's
not
mad
much
because
for the
I keep
public
going
eye,
up
but
and
I
down
thought it
the
would
elevator.
especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
I was going up and down the elevator, causing him issues. Because, it's the deluxe version, so there's more endings. So I wanted to see what happened. And now we're in a different office.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley live on stage. Ooh. World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. How we did it. The pyramids. Live. The guy who went to Mars. Why is she laughing in front of my salad? It's the storyteller. Stanley and all of his new. I don't know what the last word said. It'd be funny if I went back. But I haven't seen this before, and I've seen other people play the deluxe version. World Peace Baby. Okay.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Stage door. Stanley tonight. The Stanley Parable. Stanley. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable tonight. What if I go through this door? Oh. Oh, world's first sentient machine. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Okay. To stage, welcome Stanley, Stanley Ryder, almonds, chairs, gum, table, nut bar. Uh, Indoors Monthly, National Geographic. Look at all, those are all eyes. That's cool. 427. Oh, I'm gonna write that down. That might be important. Let me pull out my notebook. Stanley Parable Notes 427. Break a leg, champ, your boss. No one tells stories the way you do. Get him, Tiger. I love the way you ride elevators. Story Stanley, me, Dad, age 6. Remember where you came from? The hills? Okay. Oh, what's this? I can't read it. Okay. I guess we'll. Okay. Guess we're going up. Oh, an audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Pizza? I want some pizza. Oh god. I'm blinded. All right, that was an ending, I guess. Um, I'm still blind. That really blinded me. Ugh. Ugh. Jeez. Okay. I think I'm good. Oh, 427, that's just our place. That that's just our office room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hmm.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
We're gonna go a new content door.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Here we go. New content. Oh.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Mm-hmm.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Ooh.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds
Yay.
delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Let's see where it brings us.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Hold on one second. Okay. Whoa. New content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Jumps remaining 36. I can't jump outside the circle though. Only in the circle. I'm gonna lose all my jumps. That's okay. You just gotta jump some, you know? Aw, but jumping. Dang, no more jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Alright, back in the weird elevator.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new
It
content,
does.
then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content, and oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be
Oh,
something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
okay. Ooh, a nice chair. Can I sit down in it? No.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me
But,
having a great time together
but,
like always.
but
What do you say, friend?
Stanley Parable's all about gimmicks. Uh, that's different. This is different. You're right. No rest for Stanley. I want to go there.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
But, but. Alright, let's go in the vent. Oh, what's this? A blue book that says sunset. Oh, we're in the vent. Cough. Coffee nut. Cool. This way? Oh, this is gonna hurt, ain't it? Okay. Ugh.
Okay,
Okay.
you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Can I go up? Oh, I want to go up where it's red. Oh well. Whoa! Chairs. Chairs. Whoa, we're
I call it
outside.
the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Whoa, new content. Whoa. I sound so excited. The memory zone. Oh, are those houses or arrows? We can touch grass, you're right. I'm touching grass. Yeah. And smell some flowers. My nose sounds a little stuffed up.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the
We were
memory
just
zone
there.
remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The greatest wealth is memory. 2013 when the Stanley Parable was released. Collector's Edition. Audience Award. I like how there's just I am something now. All the photos, good times, all the endings. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Okay. The clock. Some stuff. The original. Ooh. Like how there's some hidden back there. A trip down memory lane. Dollar. I'm gonna steal it. Give me the dollar. Give me the dollar. Damn. Whoa, a TV. Or is that a computer? I don't know. The smile because it happened. The Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. I could do that. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Cool. Work in progress beta. Nominee. Pretty. All nominees. Oh, new video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. College shows. Ew. Ew, hold on. I just touched something gross. Ew. That was gross. I don't know what I touched, but it felt wet and slimy. Ugh. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tech to achieve diversity. Business leaders pushing election of console allies. 50% off designer hats. New York, Thursday, October 17th, 2023 or 2013. Wow. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Hey, we got that ending earlier. We can't sit? Piano? Oh, in loving memory, little Stanley. Is that a cat? Is that a hamster? I I wish I could zoom in. I thought that was neat. I thought I was walking into like a meat room. Ugh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I was like, what's that noise? I thought it was outside, but no, it's the door. I gotta step in the water again? Ugh. Okay. The tasteful nostalgia. It was good. Is that Minecraft? Let's begin again. I can I go down here? Memory zone maintenance. Okay. Person of the year. Okay. Whoa. I don't know what that means. Doors. Whoa. Stop.
Here's another
Wow.
moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
But we like stuff. Can I go in here? I can't jump. The serious room. Let me in. Let me in. I used all my jumps. Let me in. I want to go in there. Oh, I guess we'll go in here.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Oh, this door opened.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh
Ooh.
no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Nope. Oh, here we go. There's a recommended.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
That
I suppose
almost
I
hit
could
me.
write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh, the light turned off. I guess we'll go out into the rain. It's over here. Nothing. Look at it. That looks like a cave. No, it's not. Forklift. Are you forklift certified? I'm not, but I want to be. Feel the rain on your skin. Da 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 da. More not recommended. Let me in. It's raining. I don't want to be in the rain.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it
Ah!
did, but maybe it wasn't.
Ah!
Oh dear.
I'm so
What an
scared.
awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I let go of my mouse and I just instantly started spinning. I got so spooked. But here, look, there's a good one. I can't read it, but there's a good one. There's also a good one. Steam review. Did it stop raining? Cool. Do 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 do. Let me in. I am here. I have been working on an art piece, which is why I didn't stream this weekend. That and also I had family visit, um, that I will be using for my 100 follower stream. I don't want to go in the water, and I'll be sharing
What's
it
this
once I
one got to
finish it.
say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
I'm the skip
A skip
button.
button? Well, well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
Oh,
Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my
whoa!
motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I say save it. I will be adding more stuff later. I just haven't decided what to add yet. Oh, what a cool room. What's back here? Nothing. Can I walk back out? Oh, I guess not.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
What if I don't
Well, don't
skip?
sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore,
I
by
don't know
becoming
if I
it
can speak
is,
brain
so on and
rot.
so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at
I
which
kind of want
time
to hear what he
everything all at
says.
once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many
Let me sit
billions
down
live
so I can
until so
spin.
much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until
Oh, he's
inevitably
looping.
we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Let me
Of
out.
course,
Let me
I
out.
happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
It
Not
wasn't.
that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or
Ooh, a new
maybe a
boss?
manifesto.
I hope you have
Look,
fun.
I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so
Okay.
my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say
It's
about
like that
this,
movie
and whether
Click.
they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam
Blah
works.
blah blah blah
Perhaps
blah.
that would have been the
I'm
smart
gonna
thing to
drink
check on
some.
before I went about this
I'm
whole
gonna hydrate a
exercise
little
of
bit
making the skip
while
button.
he talks.
Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the
I think
feature
you
is not
can't change
widely
your Steam
abused.
reviews.
Look, I would even be okay with Steam
I've
altering
never
this
I've never
particular
done so.
review so that it reads as something more beneficial, Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Oh, um, I don't think they expected me to sit here. I guess I'll.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the
The
button has
door's
been
gone.
skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Thank
Wasn't
you for
there a door
noticing.
that led into this room?
The
I don't
door's
feel
gone.
quite certain that there was one here before. How else
Right
would we
here.
have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could,
Bam.
say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll
Let's
take any
try.
option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
All right, well, I'm not going to press the skip button for a bit. Uh, hmm. Okay. Uh, he was DMing in my universe, so power levers are growing. Oh, jeez. Oh my God. That sounds terrifying. But is it fun at least? Oh, I see an ad's going on. I don't know if it's going on for you, but it says there's an ad going. But wow. He's you know it's bad when the DM doesn't even know. Uh yeah. I'm gosh. Itch. An itch. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Ugh. I'm a casual D&D fan, player, whatever. I just kind of I'm more for the role play in it, I guess. Kinda. I kinda just like sitting and listening and being a part of it when I can. But I'm glad you're having fun. Which actually reminds me, I went out to the store today to get sour cream because I was making some food and I needed sour cream. And uh I saw the Time magazine had a Dungeons and Dragons edition. It says, and I took a picture of it. It says Dungeons and Dragons, the game that changed the world. And I was like, oh, cool, what's this? And there's a D20 on it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. uh, oh yeah, you better steam your brains. Um, I'm still waiting for him to bring back the door. Should I hit the skip button? Probably not. I don't know. Uh, I'm gonna be on a D&D break for gosh. Let me see. How many days is that? I know I won't be playing this Friday or next Friday. I don't know if I'll even be playing the 25th. Oh yeah, no, they definitely did. I used to think it was the the devil game. Um my dad actually used to play D&D when he was younger. I don't know which edition, but he apparently had a jar full of dice that he got rid of. And now that I'm playing and stuff, he feels bad that he should have kept it and gave it to me. And I was like, that's okay. I have a crystal ball full of dice. I'm a dice goblin every time. Have I tried? No, I have not. I've tried to get my family to do it, but none of them are really super interested. My mom doesn't want to play. And my brother, he's kind of interested, but not really. But my mom, she told me that she won't play. She doesn't really want to play it because of when she was growing up, she was told she couldn't play because she was a girl. All right, I think I have to hit the skip button. But I have tried to get them all to play, but it's a little hectic with them. I might have to, if I do get them to play, if I do get them to play and stuff, I would have to probably set it all up for them. And my dad, I think it was either three or I think it was the third edition, I don't know, that he played. He really liked making the maps. All right, I guess we'll hit it.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's
What about
just
behind
you
here?
and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met
Mm.
Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me again. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't
Oh,
get out of
he's
my head. I just
looping
couldn't
now.
ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing?
Aw,
Me just talking?
he's
It isn't, Stanley.
dying.
It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the
I like
vessel
to
I
listen
needed,
what he
Stanley.
talks
Not the
about.
outcomes, not the story.
It's like
None of
the
that matters
yapper and the
anymore.
listener.
I'll give it
I'm the
all up.
listener right
I'll
now.
give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about
Mm.
anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can
Wow.
sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Okay. Now I could reply. He's just yapping away. Just a yap yapping. Uh that's kind of cool. My character right now in D&D is just trying to figure out how to survive with losing our DM's PC character turned into a giant monster thing, and now I have a crystal in my backpack. I am simple D&D player. I see a shiny, I should put it in my bag. I see an animal I shouldn't have as a pet. It's my okay. That is that's really funny because the warlocks uh what is it called? The warlock's familiar actually eats the crystals that the creatures expel, and this crystal, the pseudo dragon is like, no, I'm not gonna eat that. I don't know what that is, but I don't eat that, so it's not eating it. And my only thought is that I'm really hoping my creature that that I have collected isn't going to eat it. And the creature I'm talking about is I found a rabbit that if you know what a flurkin is from Marvel, it's like the flurkin except more bug-like, and it eats dead bodies. And if you've seen Dungeon Meshi or Delicious in Dungeon and you've read the manga and know about the rabbits, I won't say anything about those yet. And they're similar, it's similar to that rabbit as well. Um, I'm hoping it won't eat the crystal. I don't think it will because it likes to eat meat, but it has no thoughts behind its eyes because it is a construct, kinda, I think. I don't remember what exactly it is. It's in my notes. But it doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have any thoughts behind its head. Not a fan of Marvel or DC. Okay, so the Flurkin is a creature that looks like a cat that has that isn't a cat. I'm just gonna spin around as my mouse moves around. Um, it it has like tentacles in its mouth or whatever, and it eats people, or well, it eats things. It's considered like a very dangerous species or whatever. But that's what my character's current pet is. In past sessions before this current one, he had stolen a pirate's parrot. He had a baby mimic as a pet. Um, he also had a child, I guess. We ended the session there because we ended it with that DM because that DM really just he kept trying to get my character, just mine, out of the party. He wanted my character to become evil, and I was like, that doesn't really fit my character's arc, so I'm not going to do that. And he's like, oh, that egg you found, it's actually a baby, and it just hatched, and now you have to stay at your hometown to raise the child. I was like, no, I don't want to do that either. My character's parents are here; they can do that. And that was one of the reasons why we left. All right, we'll hit the skip button now. But Dungeon Meshy's good too. I love Dungeon Meshy.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about
It
us and about
died!
everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Is he done talking? Yay, he's done talking. I love weird creatures in D&D. Like if they're not like actual like in the books and stuff, they're so fun. Um I like collecting them too as pets. Yeah. That's so cool though. I like cats. I want my cat. Oh, my door is shut. That's why he's not in here. Someone shut my door. That's okay. When I go and feed him, I'll go do that. Uh, okay. All right, I guess we'll hit the skip. Oh, my cat heard me actually. Let me go feed him real quick. It's a little early, but I just heard him cry. Hi- Stop eating my cat. I need to draw an emote for him, but stop eating my cat. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go feed him real quick. Okay, Kitty has been fed, and he did his little trick, which is literally just him sitting. I'm trying to teach him how to uh try to train him to do stuff, but it's not working very well. All right. Oh, now my mouse is off. Okay. Hello, narrator. Narrator. Hello. That's breaking, it sounds like. That's still flashing. That's dead. That ain't moving anymore. All right, well, what's beeping? That's no longer working. Okay.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes, it seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected
Yippee.
discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my
Yeah.
game to try to say
Yeah.
something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes.
They definitely were.
Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are
Wow.
mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a
Oh, now
point.
he's
It
looping
was meant
again.
to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes they be made?
I like to listen till he loops. Anything different? No. But that's no longer blinking. That's no longer working. Y'all heard that right? Water? Alright. I guess.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end,
The
is never
end
the
is never
end,
the
is never
end.
the end, is never 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 the end, is
Dude's
never the
losing it,
end,
y'all.
is never the end, is never the end, is
I would too. Alright. Is it not dripping any? It's still dripping. It's dripping more. Doesn't look like there's. Looks like a little bit of a puddle right here. It's kind of dark. I can't really tell. But let's do another. Uh. No, the tree! No! No! Ew. No! My tree! How dare you, world? You destroyed my tree. Oh. You destroyed my tree. Can I escape through here? Just jump? Oh yeah, I can't jump anymore. But I could bring this over and climb up. It won't let me though. I can't go that way. I have to go around to do that. No, I'm stuck. I hear the outside. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. It's so dark. I can't see shit. Alright, well, okay. Is that mold? That looks kind of like mold. That's kind of gross. Daylight! Let me out! Let me out! I could climb. I could climb that. With that? What the hell is that? But the tree! The tree! And now I didn't realize the clock got smashed. Alright, well. Tree, are you okay? Are you growing? I could climb. I could climb this. There's stuff here I could climb on. At least now we're not fully stuck? Question mark. I guess we're still stuck though. No! No! What happened? What happened to the greenery? What happened? No! No! Oh, dang. Right, well. That's some scary music. Hi, Stanley. Hi, Schnitzel. Welcome. The greenery is gone. The green is gone. We're in a spooky world now. I want to be in a spooky world. Oh, I got covered up. Uh, can I go out? I can't press it again, so I guess we're. Oh. Uh, I would. I love listening to music. Can I wish I could climb up this. That would be cool. Um, all right, where do we exit out of? This way? I think we're gonna go this way. I realize my computer's screen is so dirty. I'm like, what is this weird dot? That's beautiful. My DM usually uses Final Fantasy. Oh, and that was an ending. Cool. If I just sit in here, I'm just gonna sit in here. Uh, yeah. Oh man, it got hot again. The past couple of days, it's been getting like hot and then cold in my room. I hate it here. Hmm. Uh, y'all want to see what I was working on in art? My artwork thing I'm doing? Or do y'all want to see it when I release it for the stream? I mean, it's gonna be on on my Twitter too, but do y'all want to see it? I don't think think it's gonna happen here. All right. Ooh, okay. Let me see how I can do this without. Okay. We're gonna switch over to it real quick. Here's my drawing time. It's not up. There it is. This is what I'm working on. That's what I'm wearing for the wedding. I don't like how I drew this hand right here. Oh, I'll just do that. This hand right here, but it is what it is. But this is what I'm wearing to a wedding, and I thought I'd draw my character with it, and also drawing my glasses. Because I wear glasses in real life. I'm wearing pinstripes. And since my character, though, has little claw feet, I'm not drawing the type of shoes I'm wearing, but I'm wearing uh combat boots to the wedding because I don't have any other shoes. Business core moment. You're right. You're very right. All right, let's go back to the game. All right, let's figure out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know how to get where the more new content is. Oh, new content. Well, sign
Oh,
me up.
good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Let me in. Show me. Show me. New content. New content. Oh, we're not going. Okay. Into the rickety looking elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Two? Oh my god. It's a red cup.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I wish I could zoom in. 427, the Stanley Parable 2, the end is never the end, again. Hello, plant. You're probably fake, but hello, plant.
Calling
Investor
it the Stanley
Showcase.
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Taste the
Ultra
sequel.
Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Okay. Ooh, pretty. Off painting. I want in. Okay, I guess I gotta go this way. It's so modern. Blech. I guess that suit I made matches this. Why is the 2 sideways? Are y'all trying to be hip? What is that? It's a bird. It's a bird. My friend really likes birds. Business moth is here. Why did I say that really weird? Business. There's two profiles on there. Interesting. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Cool red section of the chart. Boring section of the chart. Why haven't it eaten its own costume? The mystery indeed. You're right. Because guess what? Oh, the carpet has 2 on it. The things that actually eat the clothes are not the moths. It is the caterpillars. That's a 2. It's a lot of 2s. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. Okay? What, what does that say? 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is. I'm a child-free moth, yes. No children here. They're back. 2 doors. New mug. More TSP, better TSP. Win-win. The color red. Okay. Whoa. 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 So much stuff.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Why is it 12:02? That's a whole bunch of twos. Ugh. Who just leaves an open laptop? Sequels are good. Portal 2, love Portal 2. Half-Life 2, have not played. Batman Arkham Asylum 2, have not played Arkham at all. Divinity Original Sin 2, haven't. Doom 2, have not. Aladdin 2, have not. Dark Souls 2, have not. I have only played one of those sequels. Why is Kingdom Hearts 2 not there? Now that I listen closely, you really do sound like someone who loves glasses. I have glasses. Ooh. L to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable. Oh. 2. I have not played any of those games yet. I should. I won't play Dark Souls though because I am so bad at games like that. I am absolutely horrendous at games. Y'all have seen me try to play games. Tried. You are the sequel. I'm the sequel? Oh my god. Y'all saw me try to play Fallout New Vegas. I couldn't do that shit. I should just hook up my controller to it. I'm more of a controller player for games like that. Valued investors, this way to the show floor. Can I sit here? A bus! Who would wear glasses? You distracted me, I'm sorry. New features. I wanna sit. I have glasses. I wear glasses. If I ever do a face reveal. Aw, look, it says 1 with a sad baby. No food or drinks. That looks like an eye on there. Okay. Oh man, I gotta go through the red carpet. Or the... the ropes. Whoa!
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
No! You locked me in! Oh, okay. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Are we gonna actually hear my name? Hear your name today. Let's hear my name.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer
sideways?
is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
There's a bucket? I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I love buckets. We love buckets in this house. Alright, let's hear it say my name. Let's see what name it says.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will
Oh,
say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
no.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's
Let me
possibilities as
out.
Jim,
I
and
don't
as
want to be
Jim
Jim.
watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If
No.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
No, I'm gonna leave. I'm not Jim. Jimothy. I'm gonna leave. Can I leave? Let me out. I guess I have to press the button. Oh, Gimlet. Jimanthy. Uh, Jimthul. Uh, Jimio.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a
Jimantha.
rush. That was you. The button
Mm.
described you. Do it again, do it again.
Oh, okay.
Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally
Please.
drained from all of this personal validation.
I didn't have any validation from that. It should have been the big button. That's a big button. I want to press the big button instead. Ugh. I still want to go through this door.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Why is this one different? Can I? Oh, nope, not there yet. Please, no screenshots. A whole new office. Oh, that's an ugly carpet. A button that says Jim. Oh, that changed. You heard Jim in the game. Huh. Not red is a new orange. The baby's all grown up. The baby grew up! The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way. Sequel to the consistent quality with just the right amount of change. I don't like the red. New features, new content, new ideas. Why is that sideways? Y'all see that? That was kind of weird. Alright, the button that says the name of the player, jump circle, infinite hole, merch. Let's go look at the bucket. I want to get some merch first. Welcome. I saw the new content. I want the end is never the end shirt. Um, bucket, 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 bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a
Bucket.
person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Do I get to keep? I get to keep the bucket. Yeah. Our
Does anyone
bucket
give out
friend.
awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Not the 12th birthday. I love that for you. Oh. Uh, get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
What? Uh, okay. I love rain.
Or
Alright,
actually,
let's...
maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Okay. Oh, the jump circle! Oh, no more jumps.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
I knew I shouldn't have jumped at all. Free, new and easy achievement. Let's explore up here first. There's so much to see. Okay, that's the exit. We don't want that yet. Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Look at all the hands reaching for it. Cool. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Alright, let's see. Jump circle. This map. Free achievement. Merch setting. Da 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 da. Okay. We are at 5. Okay. Let's go this way. Let's go. Done that. Done that. Let's do the easy achievement. I will check the infinite hole in a second. I'm gonna go do the easy achievement first. Free achievement. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever and when you pull it, Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Give it to me. Lame, okay. Whatever. Let's go check out the hole and then we'll check out the epilogue.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The infinite hole. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. But holy moly, how deep can we dig? Infinite hole. Alright, y'all. Should I jump? Shall I go in? Shall I jump into the hole? Alright. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. We're in the hole. Oh.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No, I want to see how far I can go.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
What if I...
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
I do.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Shall
I really
we?
do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Here we go.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well,
Okay.
there it is. The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to
Ew.
judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
I'm stuck.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You
No.
couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
No.
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever
No.
have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
No.
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
No.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I still had stuff to do though. I still had stuff to explore though. I haven't even checked the epilogue yet. We're stuck, y'all. We're stuck in the hole. The hole's going down. Yes! Oh, okay. So, I just opened up Twitter because I got a notification that someone DM'd me, and it's some, I think it's a bot. They're saying that, I commissioned them, and that I need to send them the remaining amount so that they could send it to me. But I haven't commissioned anyone, so I'm gonna reply like, who are you? Change perspective. Oh my gosh. So dramatic. No. You can just go without somewhere you send the money. No. Oh, I like this one. Puppies. Aww. Ooh. Purple. Am I a robot? What the hell is that? Oh, I'm upside down. Error.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're
Oh.
awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Little pit. Oh, I could always ask them, what their, previous account was, because they said, no, I didn't get to finish exploring. Oh, cool. Yay. Okay,
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
let's go in here. Epilogue. Let's see what it says. Mostly infinite hole. Setting world champion, free achievement. Okay, let's go see. Oh, okay. Have we seen everything? I think we have. Let's see. Uh, yeah, I think we have. Okay. Wait, did you check the hole again? I could check the hole again. It says mostly infinite hole. Fine, it's ended. Here we go again! They won't let me in. They don't want me in the hole. They don't like me going in the hole. No hole for me. Sounds really bad. Oh no! No hole. My perspective is wrong. Your perspective is wrong. Alright. I think I've gotten everything. Boo boo boo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The hole is inside. You're right. It is inside me. Hold on. Actually, a little like that. I'm trying to fix something. Hold on. Uh, like that. Can I make it smaller? I can't make it smaller. Good. Okay. There we go. Okay. It was just them asking, doing the whole what's it called? Uh, do you want more viewers? Click this link to get more viewers. And I ain't doing that. That's cool. What do you see? I see an X. I see a tower.
All
I
right.
see
Have
a
you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move
yes.
on now?
I see a person. I see a Stanley. New mug. No screenshots, please. Oh, okay. I gotta
So,
find this
Stanley,
chair.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
It was just
Are
a
you
bot.
ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is
It won't
much
let me
better. I
jump.
feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait,
Oh,
maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
whoa. It's a red door that opens. Whoa. Let's sit here for a second and watch this. Whoa. It's so red. And you know what red means. Red means spooky. I do like the music though. Are we gonna go through the door? It's probably gonna loop. Yeah, it loops. Okay, begin the game. Oh my god, seriously?
This
Another
is the
one?
story of a man named Stanley.
Hold on. Not again.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was
The
employee
balloons!
number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single
I didn't mean
order
to
had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No
time
one
them
had
out.
showed up to give
I
him
meant to
instructions,
ban
call a
them.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I don't really play shooters, so I wouldn't know if red means you're wounded. I know it does in some other games.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Happy
mean?
12th birthday,
Stanley decided
Stephanie!
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Hi.
memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Adventure time? Is it adventure time? I love adventure time. People used to make fun of my art saying I drew too much like, block it! Oh, at the same time as I thought you were gonna talk about the bucket. Okay, let me, oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Ah, ah. My mouse is revealing more than I would like it to do. Okay, let me put on a timer real quick and then grab the bucket. Ugh. Oh, my timer's at the wrong one. It would have been a 10-minute. I ain't doing that. Okay. Oh, uh, quick note before that. After my trip, I'll do it while I'm on the timer. Number 5. Did you know that sometimes employees put their feet in your lettuce at the burger place? They tend to get arrested because that is a violation of safety. And did you know I used to work at a fast food restaurant? It was the worst job I've ever had. I I became a shift lead within a year or within 6 months, and it was my first job. Management used to leave me alone and gave me management stuff. And then they were going to make me a manager with only $1 above minimum
Stanley
wage.
picked up the bucket.
I love my bucket. Whoa, why is there a rope there? That is new. Oh God, ugh. Ew. I just burped, and that was really gross because it tasted like my dinner. I'm sorry, that was gross to say.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I guess we will follow the rules this time. It definitely is worth it. Where is door 413? The Homestuck door. uh,
Still no one was
Tips
here.
for not getting
Stanley needed the
fired.
bucket's warmth and comfort
Talk
now more than
less.
ever.
Don't
Perhaps his
get
boss's
fired.
office was where he'd find answers.
Let us go find our.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
No, it's
Confused,
my
Stanley.
bucket.
Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yippee, I got to keep my bucket. Can I go into the bathroom?
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of
Yippee.
happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to
You just
savor
avoided the
each and every moment
confrontation.
you come across one of these
Did
beautiful
I?
figurines.
Yippee. Because this is my bucket. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. That is an ugly ass towel. Let us go find the boss.
Stepping into his
What was
manager's
the
office,
code
Stanley was
again?
once again stunned to discover not an
2435?
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The
I
two of them
remember
were
the
inseparable.
machine.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh. 2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I jumped. Did y'all see? Okay. There was my timer. But did y'all see that I jumped? The world machine? I do remember the world machine. We are in the wrong world, though. Boop, boop. I'll collect you.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley
No.
figs?
No.
What about
No.
Stanlerines? Yes,
No.
I think I like that.
No.
Another Stanlerine under your
No.
belt.
I didn't like that. Alright, guess we're going down. Unless we don't go down. And we go back up.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I did not cry at the end. Oh. Okay. I don't cry very often. Yellow. Um,
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay. The last time I cried actually was when I broke my finger, which was a couple months ago now, I think. Let me look at the photo that I took of my broken finger because it looked nasty, and I was like, that's my finger. That's a broken finger. Let's see. It was after I got my hair cut. Back in July, I broke my finger. That was the last time I cried. Emotionally crying, though, I think would have to be when I saw. Oh, what movie was that? Or was it a game? What was it? I I honestly can't remember. It 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 takes a lot for me to cry. I saw the Barbie movie with my mom, and a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, it's so sad at the end." And I was like, "Huh, I'm emotionally stunted, I think." And then I saw Everything Everywhere All at Once, and people were like, "Oh my God, it's so sad too." And it was sad. Very sad movie. Really liked it. Did not cry. I do not cry. I'll tear up, but I won't like cry. It's just not in my bones to cry, I guess. You also I know that's not the right way, but we'll go this way. Because we got the bucket with us.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I love my bucket. Someone broke it for you? Jeez. My finger broke because we were moving stuff and I was dumb. And I put my hand underneath my dresser and the dresser slipped and then slammed on two of my fingers. In fact, that finger, even though it's healed, it's still very sensitive. And when they did an x-ray on it, they couldn't tell if I shattered it or if it was just detached. Either way, that finger is now a lot bigger than my other finger. um, and there is some points that if I touch, I still get pain. It's still pretty sensitive, which really sucks because it's on my right hand. So, using the arrow keys and stuff is kind of hard.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Hey, there's one up.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The
Lore
bucket
dumping
had
alert,
never
yes.
seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring
Look, there's
it
one right
that
there.
everything would be fine.
Fired, fired. That one's all staticky, which no. Yeah, lore dumping. Lore dump on me, bro. I love lore dumps.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Look, there's one that's red over there. Where's us? We're 427, right? I think. Yeah, we're 427. So there we are. Employee 427, right on top of the bucket. Let's see where it shows us. In our dark little office.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Being blinded.
But here was the
Oh
proof.
my god!
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
What the
Walking,
hell?
eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I keep on getting weird bots. This one just asked if I wanted to see them naked. Just kind of like, ew, no. I'm really confused what's going on.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yeah! We're free!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No.
Unbearable silence filled the room,
Let's
lingering
out.
in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the
No.
facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
No. Oh, we couldn't get
All of his
out.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figure finders meeting committee. Huh. Hello, bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Let's keep going.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Dang, 125 for a can?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Oh, geez, you had a
No,
broken finger for a
never mind.
month?
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
What's
up there
that?
I need you to do.
No!
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should
at
have
that next
alarmed him,
time.
of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm gonna follow the bucket. It has good ideas.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
Dark
once
room?
again obeyed blindly.
Oh.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Ah! Blind!
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press T to take me to work with you. This is a nice apartment. Oh my god.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bad sync. No, did I do a bad ending? No. Go back to work.
Well,
Am I gonna lose my bucket?
Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened
beige
to. Now all he
pages.
cares about is his awful bucket.
This stupid hunk of metal.
Yeah. Cute. Ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
What?
Well, I'll give it this.
Where
The
is
bucket
it?
does have a nice shine to it.
Oh. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press P to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press Y to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying?
What?
Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It's just a regular bucket. Press F to go home and work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Oh.
Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Why are we going to our bedroom with the bucket? Oh. Bucket, I love you, but not like that. I'm sorry, this is lovely. I don't like having those on the, wooden... on that. That's a little weird, but.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
There was a bucket on the wall. Go back to work, Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left
going to jump.
go back to the meeting room.
I saw something down here that I want.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
There's
cargo
something
lift, yes. Go there.
over there.
Go to the cargo lift.
How do I get to it?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
I like
what
the
name better
Figlies.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Alright, I think I have to jump now.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Alright, let's go pick up the bucket again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Pick up our bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Oh, it's working. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's go this way. We're just gonna keep going. Oh. There will be a reward for finding them all. We need more planks. Warehouse access plan. Alright. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Lies? Who are you? 666 LO. Alright, have a wonderful night. Sleep well. There will be cleaning of this well required. I want to go home. I want them so much. Stop kidding yourselves. Thank you. Good luck. That's really ugly. Oh, trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? The investigation in this room, they feel pointless, TBH. Alright, let's keep going, I guess. Skip the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go down here with the bucket.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Oh.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
The bucket was inside of us all along.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
But on
She
this
has a bucket
particular
too.
day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Interesting. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Let's keep going.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Seems different. Something seems different.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Somewhere both red and blue. So I'm still missing
Coming to a
one.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I want to look it up actually. Let me see. So I need figure 4. Oh, I still gotta do... Okay, so I know where I gotta go. But I can't do that here. I have to go back down, but we'll go through here. 2,
Stepping
8,
into his manager's
4,
office,
5?
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Oop.
read, Mind Control Facility.
We're gonna hit no this time.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Why is
What
all
horrible
blurry?
secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
It's scary. So scary. Oh, I didn't realize it opened. Oh, wait. I screwed up the input. Oh well.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I guess I should play this on a Tuesday. I'm not gonna get any of these, whatever it's called, achievements.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I realized that I sound a little quieter. Ah, shoot. My phone is dying, meaning I need to charge my phone, so give me 1 second. Okay, phone plugged in. I just needed to plug it in because it's at like 10% and I realized that
But
and I was like,
here
oh
was the
shoot.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
We're gonna turn
They
it on.
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Hey! Whoa, overtime?
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
No!
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Silly birds. Hell yeah, make that money. Ooh, let's go with the sparrow looking one. Flamingos. Aww.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I'm glad you're making that money. Oh, yippee. Okay.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
That's new.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I
No,
need
we're
you
gonna
to
jump
do.
on that.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nope, we're gonna go this way.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. I don't know what a bucket is. Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us
Yes.
everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Aw, I'm your favorite bucket VTuber. I love that. Thank you. I should make a bucket. Like a bucket PNG to put on my head.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I wonder if none of them are of actual bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Can I walk up to it? No. Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Yippee!
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
This would be really funny if I say it is. Do I? Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Aw, I thought it was a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Uh, yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
It is? Oh.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Huh? How?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight,
Yes.
Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
No.
Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm
Oh.
afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game
No.
entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
No. No. They're taking my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone
Yippee.
else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows
We're
what
all
that information
buckets.
might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Yippee. Let's go get our bucket again. And then we're gonna go through
All of his co-workers were gone.
the one
What
of the
could it
weird
mean?
endings.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think
No
there was
matter
a way
how
to do
hard
this
Stanley
again.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a way where you can get over there. Come on. Come on. I left without my bucket though.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to
I'm
be?
blind.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done
But
it
you've
just
been doing it
then.
for me.
Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh, I like the music.
There once was a man
Oh.
named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the
Ooh.
truth must
Really?
be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What
Oh.
Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
gonna sit here and enjoy this. I like the music. It's nice. Am I just stuck here? I'm like lost. I'm just gonna. Oh, hell yeah. I thought it would do something. Uh, I'm patient, so like I could just sit here forever because I'm also lazy. They said that they would reset it for me. Give me just 1 second, I guess. I guess we have to reset it. Alright. Sequel is now paused. Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Get our bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
We're gonna go up to and do the dead one where we die.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There's one more we have to find of that one, which will be pretty soon.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I think it's on this one. Yes. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed
It's
by the weight of this
too-
revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
Let me
the
in.
bucket guiding him?
Let me in.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Down we go. Alright. Now instead of going through the
Stanley and the
mind
bucket
control,
walked straight ahead through the large door
we're
that
gonna go
read
escape.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Go get that violent death, I guess.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
That's okay. You'll be fine. Uh-oh. Never mind, we are not gonna be fine. We're gonna
As the machine
die.
whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye. Oh.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
But we did not die. Did we? We are out. We are free. We are free.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I don't have my bucket with me anymore. The bucket. Welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing in the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently emptied within a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Bucket time.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Bucket, come back. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets and the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria. That's more than 25 buckets. The bucket with 2 handles. I'm not reading that. Inferno. It's me. It's an Inferno bucket. It's me. It's me. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which, in medieval era, was so powerful and alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control the bucket. Go this way. The stress bucket. Ancient bucket. Cave drawing. While we know the bucket predates existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket has already been likely around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity worthy of its treasures. Even animals got to use the bucket. Oh, how magnificent the bucket is. What a lovely creature.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance invadable is for our own good. There's only one way. Oh, I thought I was gonna fall.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a
Let me
new
drop the
world,
bucket.
a new vision.
Didn't let me drop the bucket. Oh.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Alright, let's keep going, I guess.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
We're almost there. There's just one more input I gotta do. So let's do
Coming to a
that.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We're just gonna get the same ending so I could get the thing I want. Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind
Mind
Control
control.
Facility.
Mind control. Been here before, so we're just gonna speed through
The
it.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
Oh,
screens.
someone
What
messaged me.
horrible secret did this place hold?
It's
Stanley
just my
and the
friend
bucket
screaming.
both wondered to themselves.
Beep beep. Beep 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 doo 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 doo.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea
Wow.
pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yep.
Was the bucket
Yep.
under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Alright, let's skip this ending and then do the
No!
last
He screamed
input.
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Well, how did I get the escape pod ending?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Alright, I'm trying to find like 2 different endings, so hold on. Okay, I think I figured out. Yes. Okay. No, I didn't grab the bucket. I should have the bucket. Begin game again. I should have grabbed the bucket. Oh well. Oh yeah, let's grab the bucket and do it.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible?
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
It's different. It's different. Where am I? Where am I? I can't move. Okay. Okay. There's that ending. Now we're gonna get this one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
It always feels weird when it's through the blue room.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes, I know. I'll collect this later.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to
Okay,
the
how do I get
boss's
this
office.
ending? The 2 doors, pick the left, which I did. Go up to the boss's office, head straight to the mind control facility, climb to any top of any of the various. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Let me in.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Yes.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm just taking it through the ones that we technically haven't done. There's one that apparently I already did that we can do with the bucket, but it doesn't really add anything new, other than saying that you guys drifted apart.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, so here I could actually fall down there. I just have to climb. Let's turn on the light.
The lights
See if I can get
rose
up.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh.
It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort
How
of
did I do that?
kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path.
It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Okay, now we're gonna do the escape pod.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Well, let's go grab the bucket.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Maybe I shouldn't do the escape pod because it says I'll get a replacement. I've done that. Ooh, vent ending? Let's find that one. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go to the employee lounge. Okay, actually, I don't want to unplug my phone, but I have to do it. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Okay.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How
Straight to the
insane.
warehouse?
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, so let's see if the sequel ending has. Oh. Have I gotten the sequel ending? Yeah, okay. Okay. Go plank to the left of the cargo lift and jump down to the boxes below. Okay. Oh, there was something here. Oh, well, it's green. Oh, interesting.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
That's scary. Uh, okay.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I don't see anybody.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, I wanted to go to the... Okay. Oh well. I wanted to go to the broom closet, but too late for that. Oh wait.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, we're gonna do this ending, and then we're gonna get the last, yeah, we're gonna do this ending.
Stepping into his manager's office,
No, I messed
Stanley
up.
was once again stunned. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door...
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We're speeding through this. Because I'm getting a little eepy. And there's a few more endings I want to do, but we're just going to do
Stanley and
two.
the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Because I'm getting kind of tired. Okay. Come on. Trigger it.
Stepping into his manager's
Ah,
office...
shoot. How do I do it? Enter slowly and quickly step back. Okay.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Let's do this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
I think I screwed up because now I'm like completely stuck. Because the
Stanley
boss,
just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
I'm not in there.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Begin the game again. Dang it. I want that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You like how fast I'm going, y'all? Going speedy.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, here we go.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was one.
I really want this ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had seen. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let me get this ending, y'all. I'm gonna be angry if I don't get it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. So it's...
Stepping in.
There we go. Okay. Now we can go back. Thank you. Good luck. Do. We're without the narrator. We're free. We're free. We're going back. There's a door open over there. We're gonna go through that door. Gonna go through these doors, and there's a new door over here. Into the darkness we go. You are now leaving. We are now leaving. Seven 5 756 432. Okay. 757 432. Isn't that weird? That's the same numbers over and over again. We're gonna let the bucket escape, I think. That's weird, it's the same numbers. It's getting darker. Here we go. Escape launch bay. A stop. There's. Here we go. We're gonna escape, bucket. We're gonna get out of here. Oh, it's gonna get out of here. We love you, Bucket. You must be free. Oh, so emotional. All right.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
um, oh, no bucket for me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not yet. We're gonna go this way. Oh, we're gonna jump down.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
We're gonna go that way.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
Oh no, I'm
you've
gonna
been
miss it.
neglecting,
I'm gonna miss it.
Stanley. Someone you forgot. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this
Wiggly
moment,
wiggly.
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Okay, cool. Isn't there a figurine ending? I feel like there is, but now we don't know. I don't know. That's okay. Collected them all. We're gonna do
Now
these.
listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Okay.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Ooh.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No, wait. Where are you going?
Stairs.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No!
360.
Oh, thank God. No. No. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Ready? Ready? 360.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God.
Not this
Is
time.
this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll
No.
throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I
Breaking
just
my
wanted us to get
legs.
along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Don't do what I'm doing, y'all.
Is it over? It's
Yes.
going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Okay. We got all the figures. So what?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those
It's
figures. I
Figlies.
haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love
Okay.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Oh. When Stanley found the collectibles. Oh. Down we go.
Ah, here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it
What's
said
that?
6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, is it taking us to where all of them were?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone
Aw.
6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of
Yeah.
mundane, unremarkable ways.
Let's keep going. Oh, what's this?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Oh, boss's office? The warehouse.
No. The warehouse was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the warehouse feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
I swore it was in here that we found the third one. Maybe not. Who knows? God, I hope I don't fall.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
That doesn't seem right, but okay.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god, how you found it. By the narrator. What's that down there? mini stand number 5.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Dang, 8 minutes? It's crazy. Oh, okay. Down this way, I guess.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I keep getting these today. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm gonna go through the blue door this time. What's this? You are in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Uh,
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there
Oh.
some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
I'm getting tired, so after this, we're gonna end it, because I'm getting peepees.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Ugh.
Yes, I love that video.
Pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Can I go this way? Nope. Okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
We're in a time loop now, y'all.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Is that the jumping circle?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
More memories. Okay.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alright, y'all. I am tired, so we're going to end this today. We did quite a few endings, and I am eepy. It's been 4 hours, and I would like to go to sleep. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule before the wedding, and it's not really working. So yeah, we're gonna end it here today. Thank y'all for everyone who has come out and watched. Had lots of fun. If anyone's still in here and hasn't already, you should join the Discord. You'll see more of my art there. Oh, my AirPod died. Hold on. Right on time. Then my other AirPod. 1 second for it to connect, I guess. 1 second for it to connect. Come on. You connected? Okay, we're connected. Okay. Alright. Join the Discord. You'll see my art there early. And also I'll put on polls for games to play, just like the Stanley Parable. That was a game that was on a poll. Yeah. But that's it for tonight. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see something real quick. Oh, I don't have Twitch open on any tab, so we're not gonna raid anyone because I don't have it open, and I don't feel like looking to see who's online and who's not. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go for the night. Yeah. I hope y'all have a wonderful night. Um, yeah. Okay. I don't know what else to say. All right. Bye, y'all. Oh, and remember, if a fae ever asks for your name, don't give it to them unless you don't want your name anymore. Okay. Bye.